Welcome to the stream, everybody. Whoop. Hold the phone. All right. Gosh darn audio looping. Welcome to Super Stream Day 2. We're doing Endwalker main scenario. I'm going to change stuff up a little bit today. Starting with new outfit reveal for Endwalker's MSQ. This is a glamour that I've been wanting to use in-game forever. And I tend to do costume changes at the beginning of each expansion, or story-relevant beats within an expansion, hairstyle, the trope of the important haircut, as it were, just to show character evolution and stuff like that. As you can see on the little screen in the upper left, I am not that Rogadin in Limsa Limensa. I am currently standing behind it, but that's because I wanted to make this a big reveal. Hope everybody's having a really good day. I wanted to make this a surprise for everybody. That's why I'm currently standing behind the Rogadin. So, let's jump in, shall we? I still don't have all my Stream Deck buttons memorized. Going in here. Here we are. Now we do the Zelda music, like get hype. And I get a party invite as soon as I show it off. So, this is the new outfit. It took an unreasonably long, I say, but it only took about an evening or so to get this top. It comes from one of the level 50 dungeons. I forget which one. Day 2! This is the new armor for Dawntrail. Don't it look awesome? I've been trying to find ways to incorporate this this little bottom piece. That's not the right piece, but looks like a base armor. I mean, by base armor, the chest piece does come from A Realm Reborn. It's like I said, it's one of the 50 dungeons. But I really like this piece, and also, I may be weird and unusual in the 14 community, perhaps, I don't know. I like Dragoon as a class. The armor, though, it's all new. Except for the boots, maybe. But like, I have never worn any of this before, except the boots with some other stuff. The gloves are from Heaven's Word, I think. Like I said, the chest piece is from a 50 dungeon. The pants are also level. Here, let's go check the market board, and I will find all of the things. Except the chest piece. But I'm pretty sure all of this stuff is purchasable on the market board, so. Let's see, the gloves are the... Yeah, new look for Endwalker. It's not a new piece. The Serpent Skin Arm Guards of Maiming. That's the arm bit. The Hemiskin Bray of Maiming. That's the pants. Panther. And I believe it's one of the replica Sky Pirate pieces for the boots. Here, I just gotta find it. Where, oh, where did those little boots go? Yeah, replica Sky Pirates boots of scouting. And then the actual chest piece itself is the Alpine... the Alpine War Jacket, which comes from, I believe... I'll know the names as soon as I see them. I believe you can get it from either the Wanderer's Palace or Amdapor Keep. Both of those places drop it, and I had to do like 10 runs each of them before I got the piece I needed. So yeah, as I was saying before, like I love Dragoon as a class. I just get very frustrated because they start in like leathers and like lighter gear. And then once you become Dragoon, you switch over to all this like really heavy looking armor stuff that I get. That's kind of the idea. But like, as a matter of fact, this Highlander lady behind us who just ran past is a very good example of like the sort of stuff that I like. To me, I consider it like this is something that you would wear for travel. Like wearing armor seems like very inconvenient for traveling, just because you have to like you'd have to get in and out of it. And I mean, this is kind of the same deal, but this is something that you could wear just wandering down the road. It's not restrictive. It's allows for a lot of freedom of movement, and it's light. And it's probably just from the fact that I spend a lot of time watching anime, but a lot of anime characters, they don't wear like super heavy armor. They wear stuff that's made out of like lots of flowy cloth bits and bodices and things of that nature. There is the occasional armored character, but I always kind of prefer the style like this. Not to mention, I think it's very, in addition to being practical, which is something that I desperately miss from the Realm Reborn armors. Like, the Realm Reborn armors were practical. They looked like they were something that could realistically exist with a bit of fantasy flair. And I'm not knocking Square's, like, item design team at all, but I kind of wish that they would go back to some of that simple stuff. I really, really do not like particles on weapons, and it feels like anymore those are the only kinds of weapons you can get. Like, basically, every single weapon has to have a particle effect. It has to glow somehow. It has to do something. Not to mention, like, I like really simple weapons. This right here, I very much like. It's still not quite perfect for the sort of thing that I... Like, I want something for Dragoon that looks like the Gay Bolg from... Fate Stay Night Lancer's weapon, just because it's so simple, but at the same time, like, you look at it and you can go, yes, this is a legendary weapon, and you don't even really question the fact that it's like something from myth. That was kind of the idea that I wanted to go with this, is like, it's a very simple weapon, but there's just enough flourish there to make you think, that might be special in some way. So, and then of course we have Rin in the Lease hair, because this was kind of where I wanted the character to end up in terms of like appearance. So, some background on that. Basically, we went from... She goes from, like, a very basic, almost innocent hairstyle in A Realm Reborn. I think it's the longer hair with bangs and the headband and stuff like that. And she's just starting out as an adventurer. And then we get to the Bloody Banquet. And my sort of in-universe reason for her haircut at that time is, like, she got I mean, the Warrior of Light does get caught at that point. Obviously, for, like, RP reasons and stuff, my character is not the Warrior of Light if I was to actually do anything in a roleplay setting. But for the purposes of game story, you have the Blade Banquet, she gets caught, they do something with her hair, it gets all messed up or singed, or I don't remember the exact reason. It's kind of messy. Then we go to Heaven's Word. She cleans it up a bit and kind of owns the short hair look for a while. And then just as time progresses, it gets progressively longer. As we saw yesterday, she had the like a barrette in her hair and the longer hairstyle. The Samsonian locks style, I think is what it's called. And then for this, like, obviously going through everything in Shadowbringers and moving on to Endwalker, more time has passed. Her hair's gotten back to kind of the length it used to be, but this is I feel like a more mature hairstyle compared to what she started with. It's still very, like, feminine and still very feminine, I mean, is probably the best word for it. But potentially very girlish, but I feel like this kind of sells the whole look and ties it together very nicely. Just because, like, I mean, it's still long, it's a little impractical for combat. The hair ornament is still kind of impractical for combat. Although I really like the fact that the gold here gels with all the little gold accents on pretty much everything else. It's like almost the exact same gold as on the lance here. I wish the red gems weren't quite there, but it will do. So yeah, that is her look for the foreseeable future. I'm sure with Dawntrail it'll change a little bit. I don't know, I might... Well, actually, it will change quite a bit just because probably be switching to Viper with everybody else. But, I'm sorry, you can't make it a Zidane class and not expect me to play it. Final Fantasy IX was my jam. It was my first ever Final Fantasy game. Loved it to death. I've purchased it like several times, I think. I have the original game hiding somewhere in a storage box around here. And then I have the remaster on Switch. Which I've started a couple times, and then I don't know, decided I wanted to be doing something else and moved on. So I think it's partially a difference between the time I had available when I was significantly younger and the time that I have now. I just haven't had the time to devote to it. And now with streaming, which, holy crap. So I just started doing this about a month ago. When people say that streaming is a job, and it takes a significant amount of work, they ain't lying. As a matter of fact, while we were getting all this set up, I don't think I touched a video game for like 2 weeks. 2 or 3 weeks. Didn't have the time. I was too busy getting all this stuff set up. Like, holy crap. So without further ado, let's see here. I kind of wanted to take a look around Limsa here and just, I mean, granted, we're probably going to see a lot of ladies in skimpy dress. Some people get really creative with this stuff, though. Very cozy aura there. This dress seems particularly, seems to be a favorite of a lot of people. It's very nice. Obviously, we have the 2B thigh boots here. What do we got? This is the Valentione. Whoop, wrong person. What is their glamour? Alchemist trousers. So they are wearing alchemist-specific stuff. That's cool. The alchemist trousers. Is that like the base Realm Reborn, like, alchemist artifact stuff? I might have that. I don't think I do, actually. Well, I think I got it at one point. This is another very popular top. These are... My only complaint with this in particular, it works very well for the machinist and everything. Yeah, you can only wear it as an alchemist. I do kind of wish that they would make all of the crafter artifact sets like wearable by all crafters, because you get the artifact set, but like your goal as a crafter is you eventually want to be wearing... This isn't going to look right. I'm going to use the miner. So like there's the gatherer artifact sets, but this is what you want. It's the stuff that's like universal, so that you're not taking up as much space in your, like, at least for me, I tend to make efficient the crap out of a bunch of different stuff. For me to save like armory space, like having the gear that is equipable across everybody is... Oh, I need to remove that. Is better just because it saves you room. Now, I have a ton of space here. I could fit loads of things in here if I wanted to, and I know there's quite a few people who do. Another thing I need to get rid of. Yeesh. Me and my management. Okay. Where was I? My brain just... Yeah, I don't know. Just for inventory management purposes, it makes life a little simpler on me. Alright. Dragoon. We've already been invited to our adventuring party. Where? Ah, yes. Back in more donuts. More donuts. Oh. That's what I was talking about. This. I like this top. I wish it didn't have this little side, whatever the heck this is. I don't know what this is for. It looks like it's some kind of... like a saw? This is the handle. And then it goes down here, and I mean, I'm assuming this is a blade cover, but like... what is this for? That's a big knife if it's a knife. Very big knife. I think even a survival knife doesn't need to be that big. Goodness gracious. That's cute. What top is that? Weathered Wicca coat. Oh, Black Mage artifact gear. Okay. The weathered should have told me. Oh, this is really cool. New World jacket. Oh, I bet this is from the... whole game is just a cosplay convention. You go everywhere checking out everyone's outfit. Yeah, the Limsa look. You click on somebody just long enough to get their outfit pulled up and then click off them. So it doesn't look weird that you clicked on people. But everyone knows. person AFKs here a lot, and they're always wearing the same thing, but they do... I don't know, they make what they've got... It's always like this kind of fire aesthetic. Unicorn cosplay. Super Mecha Bun Boy. Obviously, every Lalafell is evil and must be Black Mage. And here we have the infamous Lala Bench. Balmung's infamous Lala Bench. There's more infamous locations on Balmung, but I won't. Is that really a thing? Yes. Yes, this group of people is like always here. Not always. I mean, they do go do stuff, but like, as you can see, there's a bunch of Lalas. They hang out here. Same thing with this gentleman. I don't think I've ever seen a time where Oliver Nexus was not standing here. I'm not entirely sure why they elected to do that. I mean, I guess if you log in and just chat, like... And then somebody decided to copy them. Copy, homage, I don't know. This is Wind Up Nexus. It's kind of like the Wind Up minions in game. It's very cool. I love 14's community. Some of the stuff that they do. Alright. Where is... Ah. Inside the Rising Stones. Alphanord. Let's do this. Actually, quick thing before we start. This first cutscene may be voiced. I don't know. How did people feel about me voicing all the characters yesterday? I'm happy to keep doing it. Cute. I guess I'll take cute. Cute, but not necessary. Ah, what the hell. Wait. We got a show to put on. If I read all the characters in stupid voices, that'll be entertaining, right? The next ship to sail. Rin, do you have some time to talk? I also don't know if I'll be able to match everything that I had yesterday. I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. Well, yeah, like, that's how it's worked since the beginning, Alize. But after what happened to Arenvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. Garlemald? Nobody can seem to make a consistent pronunciation for it. As you know, the Telothroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has changed since, and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telothroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan, I'm sure of it. Master Fortuno's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Kryle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must raise at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course, we should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Bum ba dum bum 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 bum. To Lanyashar. But first we have to go to Limsa. Nobody cared who I was before I put on the mask. It's okay. Yes, let's go. To Limsa! Back where I was. What is... Sorry, this just caught my eye. Ah, something from, what's the name of the raid? My notifications are not going off for some reason. But also, spam. Punk Dog, if you would do the honors. Thank you. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlian should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
Dad Crid no longer a dad. No, he's still a dad.
It's funny.
Just because your kids grow up or they're not around anymore, that doesn't stop the fact that you're a dad.
Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Ha 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 ha.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
That's as high as it'll go. I mean, without fiddling with stuff in the game settings, but...
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
We'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
It is time.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
Yeah. Emmett narrating, yeah.
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
I don't know how you would sleep against a wall like that. Especially on a moving ship.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Who you? Who you? Ghost.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think.
Yeah, I've been meaning to ask you what that means.
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why now, Heidelin, or I can trust your words no longer. Why now?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Charlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
You know, if it taxes you so much to talk, maybe don't use such flowery language. Just a thought, Heidelin.
Oh, what a fine morning. Still a bit stiff, though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
I'll take a look at the volume stuff here in a second.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side. I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Megan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
I will say regarding the volume, there is also something where I have it set up so that if I start talking, the game audio compresses down a little bit so that I'm not having to like shout over the game, that kind of thing.
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties.
Hey, Memory Carp, hello! Welcome! Welcome, welcome.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries.
Good to see you in my neck of the woods for a change rather than the other way around. Glad you could catch the stream.
But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, Then foreigners may be granted entry.
First time with Endwalker? No, actually. It's been like a year and a half. But the wife and I have actually been through this once before. Now, because it's been so long, I don't necessarily remember all of the, like... I remember the larger story beats, but not the... Nope. This is a different character, actually. We've been working on these for a while.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
Yeah, so essentially what we're doing here, like I said, these are alt slash, this is a character that I decided to be my new main character. I've gotten more stuff done on this character than like the previous one that I had done all of this with. So like, we've been trying to get through all of this for a while. And basically just decided for, up until the release of Dawntrail, we're doing like super streams every day. Starting at 12, ending at midnight, local time. Just to try and get everything ready and prepped, just because there's a lot of stuff to get through.
Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
I had forgotten how much talking there is at the beginning of this expansion.
Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
How's Chrono Cross going? I wasn't able to catch the stream yesterday just because I was doing this.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Oh, that's no good. What was, if you don't mind my asking, what was stressing you out about it?
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Kept switching between emulation and the remaster. Yeah, I was going to ask, like, because I know you had mentioned when you first started, like, the remaster didn't look too great, so you were going to switch to, like, emulating it and potentially with, like, the scanlines filter that you had. And then Emu looks much better, put more time into it off stream. There you go. Whatever makes it work for you best. Just because if you're spending forever trying to figure out what the heck you're doing on it, then you're not having a good time streaming, and
Ishtola rule.
have something I might get your opinion on here in a second.
That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Ether, how does it work?
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Adventurer by trade, artisan, champion of Eorzea. I am technically an artisan. Let's. I think I did adventurer the first time. Let's try this one.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter.
Well, the thing I'm going to show you, I think I know how you're going to vote then.
Justinian Varlino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Layabout? Wanderer?
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
My main...
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your...
So like I said, I was saying earlier, this is basically like my new main, since my original main that we kind of... I didn't start the game with it. It was also a new character, but this one, after getting through the story the first time on the other character, I decided to start another one, and this one I've just been spending more and more time on. The funny thing about it, though, is this character has been everything. The original character was basically a Zayla version of this one. Or you could say that this one is a Rain version of the other one. Just try and get through these cutscenes, man.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Yes, let's. Please.
Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
All right. Are we finally? Okay. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Yes, please. Old Sharlayan, new to you. This isn't another voiced one, is it? No. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Rin and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you may all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Balthasian Annex. How does that sound? It is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Leveilleur estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. I was saying yesterday, I'm not entirely sure that the voices I'm giving everybody whenever there aren't voiced cutscenes are distinct enough. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. And I can't do Urianger. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith, by thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. Only do voices for evil characters. Or if they have a phonetic accent. Oh, yeah, like something you can read. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... No. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Like I have to read Poshel's voice. Poshel? Is that a character from Chrono Cross? Come, Rin, Sharlayan awaits. Gotcha. I've never played Chrono Cross. I think I played, like... I don't even know that I finished Trigger. Like, I played Trigger long time ago on the, what was it, Final Fantasy Origins compilation for, like, PlayStation. The one that had, I think it was, like, 1... No, it wasn't 1 and 2. Was it 1, 2, and Trigger? Or was it 5, 6, and Trigger? I can't remember. I think I got, like, most of the way through Trigger, like, to the point where you're fighting, like, the final boss, and then, I don't know, I just remember struggling through that game so much. Oh, yeah, the follow thing. So, but before I start moving, one second. That's not what I want. I've got so many things open. Okay. I'm gonna throw this in chat. This was something that I had been hoping to get some opinions on. And the reason for it... So this is basically a screenshot. I'll throw that in chat there. Of 2 different character designs in the updated benchmark. And I'm having some difficulty picking between the 2. Turn the background music down a little bit. I was gonna say though, since you mentioned Lizard Girl, I have yeah. I was gonna say, I was like, I'm pretty sure the reason for it, 1,000 times 1, yes. The reason for it is because the face that I am currently using, which I love, adore, I love it so much. I wouldn't say they butchered it with the graphical update, but it doesn't look the same. So, it's one of those, like, unfortunately... And it's just such a pity because, like I said, I absolutely love this face. I love how very, like, that paper skin looks is gone. I don't know, I may be weird because part of the reason that I very much enjoy Final Fantasy XIV is the, I guess, like, realistic anime aesthetic. Like, it's basically like if you took anime characters, you don't cell shade them or anything, but you transplant them into, like, a more realistic-looking universe. And it's, I don't know, it's such a unique atmosphere that really, really works for me. This particular face on the Aura is probably the most anime face in the game, and it emotes really well, and it looks really nice. But in the benchmark, I don't know what they were thinking, but yeah, they kinda... It's kind of a look what they did to my girl. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor.
Kryl is also now accompanying you. Lead your 2 companions to the last stand and speak with Kryl at the designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together.
With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Sharlayan the same way it is in Eorzea. This place is called the Peristyle, and it is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge, namely, large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Discuss the giant statue in the harbor, and I'm turned the wrong way. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Returned my ship. Okay, let's get... There we go. The statue. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else, thus when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. I just had Kryles. Who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer? We're going to school, car. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of the fine dining in Sharlayan. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu, not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. The beginnings of... I can totally see, especially based on the Dawntrail trailer, Raha will become a foodie on Twitter. Like, just had this taco. 5 out of 5. Had the Sharlayan Last Stand burger. 4 out of 5 cat people. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's perfectly functioning aetherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allagan aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. Attune. More talkie points. Confluence. Speaking of aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I'm gonna grab some food before stream, mate. Enjoy the rest of your stream. I will! Thank you very much for stopping by. It's very appreciated. And good to see you the other way around for once. And I hope your stream goes well. I will probably still be going after you're done. I was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Tataru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits are hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. That's the entrance to the confluence. I've no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Ah, perhaps I'll return here later then. These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Sharlayan. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. He doesn't have anything to say here, but Kryl does. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, and climb the stairs up that imposing building at the very top. These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Al were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the Great Flood. There's going to be a lot of that as I read, I know. The Great Flood, which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine Ur. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Wait, where'd you go? Are you done with the tour already? Was I that slow? Okay. I only attuned at the one, just because it was right there. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Youngkrep built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlian families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Leveilleur. Excuse me. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldesion Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza? Correct. After you, Rin. This is one of those things that I've always been amused by in games like this. And I understand why they do it. But there's not even necessarily the illusion of a city. Because it's like, okay, so this is House Leveilleur. This house is like all of these buildings put together, except maybe this big one down here. And you're telling me an entire city's worth of people live here? Charlian is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Right. We crossed this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. Now I need to go attune at the one down in the harbor. Da, 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 da. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesion Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. I'm back, and I've brought Bryn and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Rin. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika Sunjika? It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall me Deacon's cousin, Ejika? Oh yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian, whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. The annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. Through that door on the left, there is the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms, perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap out roadside inn, you may be assured. I'm not entirely sure what's prompted all that. It was simply that we were often so busy research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. Feel a stew winks. I am going to be backwards wordsing all day. Wackwards birdsing? There we go. Wackward birdsing. Anytime I slip up, it's the resort atmosphere. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word, and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. It's probably the fact that I've been doing, like, non-stop reading for the past hour. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois.
I'm not even entirely sure that's a carpet. It is a very large area rug, though.
Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Carpet works too.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldesion. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
I love how they present it as like you should pick one or the other, but you have to go do both of them anyway. It just... the order is up to you.
Yes, it is quite the quandary.
I feel like there was a better storytelling way of doing that. Like, you can still do both, just... I don't know. Pick one to do before the other.
Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
I would think everybody would here.
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
So I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire. How did you go through Thavner? To go... It's so weird.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
I really need to do some inventory management. Alright. We want to go to Thavner first, or do we want to go to the, the underground place first? The, yeah, I can't remember the name of it. Labyrinthos, this one. I know we did Thavner first last time, or the first time through, but I don't know. Thavner feels like, I mean, there's actual people in danger there. Like, Labyrinthos is just like, we're going to investigate stuff. Also, not a huge fan of Labyrinthos personally, but... I want to go see elephant people. Got it. Thancred. We did it right the first time. I have Kryle's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavner before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kryle was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Eh? Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, under whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreeder. Moonbreeder was an authority on etherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last, as it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. Accidentally clicked on crown, thank goodness you can grab both. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kit. Dun, 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 dun. An unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavour. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge, which is why I began scouring Charlian's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages. Correction. Yeah, the first one, Creel. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all this... I can't talk today. Willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Nomenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Ah, yes. Side quests.
Side quests galore.
Our old nemesis. Side quest. No, I guess we can actually... Well, we gotta run around picking up side quests anyway, so... Waiting woman. The waiting woman sighs with impatience. How long must I wait? Oh, forgive me, I was just thinking out loud. I made plans to meet my paramour, you see, but the time of our rendezvous is long past. As a member of the Forum, his work keeps him ever so busy, even more so than usual in recent days. Still, he promised he would put some time aside for me, for us. I don't suppose your wanderings will take you anywhere near young Crip's site today, will they? I need someone to check if he's there while I stay here, just in case. Waiting. Thank you ever so much. My tardy sweetheart is an Auri man, brown hair, serious mien. They all have a serious mien. They're Aura. Should you happen to spot him, pray convey the state of my rapidly mounting impatience. I mean, look at this one. Look at how serious he looks. Also putting on a bit of the Princess Bride today, are we? Mm-hmm. Diminutive Gleaner. Do my eyes deceive me, or urine maha? That's me, in the flesh. Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. Ha! I know I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship stop hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of guild ship hunts, yes? They are not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray speak with Nortota at the Peristyle to register your interest at your earliest convenience. Two more in the plaza. Thank you. I work actually not that hard at them. That sounds like I'm full of myself. I don't know. I've just always been able to do that. I don't know why. I don't remember ever practicing any of it.
Hello, friend. Are you new to Sharlayan? You have that look about you. I thought as much. Oh, I'm not bothering you, am I? I so rarely meet travelers from beyond our shores and couldn't pass up an opportunity to broaden my horizons. Can I assume a visitor such as yourself is eager to do the same? If you've an interest in learning about the city's history, for example, then I know the perfect person to give you an impromptu lesson. Head on over to Scholar's Harbour and keep an eye out for black-haired Rogadin. That would be my brother. He'll know the tale of any pillar and statue you care to point out and would be more than happy to share it with you.
Tough whip.
Are you one of those adventuring types I've heard so much about? Oh, but this is perfect. I just happen to have an errand the kind that adventurers love.
Or so I'm told.
I'm holding on to some volumes my customers ordered in, but instead of coming to pick them up, they've all decided that they want their goods delivered. So I find myself in need of a delivery person. Might that person be you? Huzzah! Let me give you the details then. All in all, there are 3 books on the delivery docket. The first, Ishgarian Astrology, a comprehensive theory, should be handed to the servant at Albright Manor.
I have gone through several different accents with this woman. I can't land on one.
The White Yonder is for a certain talkative book lover who you'll know by the constant stream of chatter, and the last narrow road through the deep grass goes to one of the toughest, most unflappable gleaners I have ever met. I'll just mark their locations on this handy map, like so. The books are bought and paid for, no need to collect any coin, but do return to me for your own reward.
I have no idea who that person is, but off we go.
Mischievous Mikote. If I ask you for help, you'll help me, won't you? You will? Good, because I'm having a problem with the runaway doll.
It ran away?
That's right. All I did was lend him a little ether, and he hopped up and dashed off down the street. Mama and Papa bought him for me as a special gift. Now I've gone and lost him. They'll be furious with me for losing the toy I kept asking for, so please, you have to help me find him. Okay, I'll hurry home to see if he went there. And you can search, the rest of the city. Oh, he's a yellow carbuncle doll, by the way, and I think he was headed north. Anyway, meet me back here when you have him, or, you just give up. Welcome to Albright Manor. Do you have an appointment?
I have a book. That's as good as an appointment, right? Ah yes, one copy of Ishgardian Astrology, a comprehensive theory, just as his lordship requested. I must confess to some confusion, however. What interest would his lordship, an esteemed practitioner of Charlian astrology, have in such an outdated Ishgardian discipline? Not that I am in any position to question his lordship's reading habits, of course. On your way, then. You find a yellow carbuncle doll. Lifelike expressions aside, it appears to be otherwise motionless. Return to Journey's End and deliver him to the mischievous Makoto. Bum 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 ba-dum. Ba-la-lum.
He wasn't there. I don't think I'll ever see him again.
Look what I've got.
Ah, you found him, just like Big Mooney would have. Oh, that's what I call the neighbor who used to play with me. She was so tall and smart, and always so nice. She'd tell me stories about her friend, a powerful wizard who could summon his very own carbuncle companion. That's why I wanted one for myself. I have to learn how to move him around better, though, so that when Mooney comes back, she can see how hard I've been practicing my magics. It's so sad.
Do we tell the poor child?
This is for you. Papa says that when someone helps you, you have to show your gratitude.
In quotes.
Show your gratitude. So, thanks for finding my carbuncle. Bye.
Dun, 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 dun. Aye, I'm no Thota. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? By the scholar, you're in? I was half convinced I'd set the others an impossible task asking them to find you. The Gleaners Guild ship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as Gil here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they send you after, but I find it's best not to worry about that overmuch. Slay beasts, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple, no? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks so you can get your feet wet. Guild ship hunts. You are now permitted to take bills for junior marks. Hey. Associate will be available once you have fulfilled certain conditions. Oh, okay. So you can't just pick them up. Oh yeah, and we can buy like super awesome gear because they updated everything, and because the expansion's coming out. So like, let's see, Moonward Bident. All the stuff that used to take hours and weeks of grinding to get, you can now just straight up buy with sacks of nuts. Been a while since I've looked at any of this. Let's see. How does all this look? Moonward Mail. Some of this stuff just straight up deletes the tail, which is mildly frustrating. Radiance Mail. Wait, 590? What's the 570? Okay. You strike me as someone who isn't afraid to get her hands dirty, and I don't mean that as a euphemism. Are you interested in a bit of good old-fashioned hard work? Perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself. I am Grigo, one of Sharlayan's gleaners. It is our role to procure materials, samples, knowledge, all you can imagine, and more. Naturally, 'twould be difficult for any one person to comb the world each time our countrymen ask something of us. Thus did we form a guildship, the better to share information and see the requests we receive to the hands of those best suited to fulfilling them. Some requests, for instance, are better assigned to those who demonstrate a certain degree of finesse and persistence, and the calluses upon your hands tell me that you are one such person. I understand that you may feel some trepidation given the somewhat lax selection process. As you like is not suspect, the Forum would never officially recognize a traveler from another nation as a gleaner. Unofficially, however, we're up to our necks in requests as of late, and they're coming in faster than ever before. We'll take any talent we can get and pay good coin for it, so please tell me you're interested. You may now undertake Gleaner Levs by speaking with Griga. Cool. So now we can do the levs for them. Something I can help you with. This book. Ah, is that my book? Good, I need it for my journey. I usually don't have a great deal of time for reading, but as I'm leaving for Othard on requisition duty, I wanted to do some research on Far Eastern cultures. I know little of the peoples of the Azim Steppe. It says here that there are 51 distinct Zayla tribes, each with their own customs and traditions. The Budiga, for example, are exclusively male and are known for kidnapping male outsiders to replenish lost numbers. Is this accurate? I'll need to tread carefully, it seems. Thank you for the timely delivery. Yes, was there something I might help you with? Ah, my dear sister, you say. Well, she did indeed send you to the right man, for who better to teach you about Sharlayan's history than a studium-certified history professor? Here, take my spyglass. Go on, take it. No time like the present to learn about the past. We shall begin your education with Divine Thaliak, the scholar himself. Mythology tells us that Thaliak bore a magicked pitcher from which poured forth the waters of knowledge. See how the water is drawn up from the canals and cascades endlessly into the sea, as well as recreating the divine ewer from the tale. It also symbolizes the wisdom which rises from our city and flows out into the world. If you would like to learn more about the mechanism by which it works, the stonemasons who built it left records of the struggle in the archives of Nomenon, a rather challenging construction by all accounts. If you've learned your history, you will know that the 6th Umbral Era brought a catastrophic flood to the lands of Eorzea. Yet when all seemed lost, the 12 Archons rose up and saved multitudes from a terrible fate. Of those 12, it was Archon Youngkrep who brought our ancestors here in his Ark, and together they founded what was to become the great nation of Sharlayan. How did he bring them here in his Ark if the Ark is in Alamigo? Did he build another Ark? I have questions, chat. Yeah, but it's in Alamigo. It's sitting there. Like, if they came here and they stopped here, that would mean the Ark should be here. Unless he made, like, several of them, and one of them ended up in Alamigo, but, like, is it the same Youngkrep we're talking about? Also, I thought that the Ark was the third Umbral era. The beach at the foot of Thaliak's statue is the very spot where those first Sharlayans made land. I imagine how they must have felt on that day, some 1600 years ago. This statue is a representation of Thaliak, one of the 12 divinities of Eorzea and guardian deity of Sharlayan. As the god of knowledge, he rules over rivers and wisdom. There was once a system of governance in Sharlayan known as the Ecclesia, a great gathering at which each citizen was given a voice in decisions affecting the nation's future, and it was during one such forum wherein the people voted to elect Thaliak as our patron. It was not piety which drove this choice, but rather a natural progression of our principles and creeds. We Sharlayans have, after all, always devoted ourselves to the pursuit of knowledge. And there you have it. I hope you enjoyed your introduction to Sharlayan historical architecture. I sure did. If we are to do justice to the towering Thaliak, however, there's one last snippet of knowledge that we simply cannot overlook. Come along to the foot of the statue.
Beg pardon, good madam. I could scarce help but notice that sightseeing log on your person. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer my niece wrote about, would you? Aha, so it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Babbitt Ironheart, Milith's aunt and seasoned explorer. Be a dear and hand me that log of yours. Milith told me all about how she helped you embark on explorations of your own, so it's only right that I share with you some wisdom of my own. Let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that. And done. You should be all set, dear. I've jotted down everything I've heard about the most remarkable vistas the realm has to offer. Of course, a few notes I've shared are not more than rumors, some describing the locale so fantastical that I can barely believe they exist. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you on. That sightseeing log of yours won't fill itself, you know. Oh, stop it.
I think, yeah, you may be right. Part of what's kind of hitting me here is the music. It's just so calm and relaxing and Pray direct your attention to yon doors. Behind them, nestled within the statue itself, is a chamber known as the Pathless Way. Those who have acquired mastery over specialized disciplines, or whose deeds have led to significant advances in their chosen field, are invited to enter said chamber, and receive the title of Archon. We place great value on the pursuit of knowledge, and thus the Archons are held in especially high regard. As the embodiment of our ideals, they are permitted to browse the forbidden archives and have ever stood at the center of our nation's greatest achievements. Now, as for the most secret and sacred ceremony which awards from their title, I am afraid that even I am not privy to the particulars. You will forgive me my ignorance on this subject, I hope. A scholar and a gentlewoman. Thus concludes the lesson. Should you happen to return by the same route, pray convey my warmest regards to Baldswis. Baldswis. What they really need to do is they need to go back to the way A Realm Reborn did the music, and the music needs to stop every so often. Otherwise, I feel it just becomes very taxing. If we are to efficiently supply the mumble mumble, requisition requests for the gleaners, and mumble mumble, no time for mistakes. The Ari man appears to be lost in contemplation. Let's poke him. Whoop. By Thaliarch's quill, where did you spring from? She grows tired of waiting. I'm not sure Oh gods, that was today. I was so engaged with my tasks that I must go to her immediately. And you must be rewarded for this service. Come along, please. Quickly now, quickly. And off he goes. Ah, you've just come back from hearing one of my brother's lectures, haven't you? That's another look I'm quite familiar with. His breadth of historical knowledge is extensive, sufficient to earn him the title of Archon, he hopes. The problem is, if his contributions to the field are to be officially acknowledged, he must have written recommendations from high-ranking professors, but in these tumultuous times, such ceremonial concerns have been pushed to one side. And so he idles away his spare moments at the harbor now, just gazing out at the ocean. I thought having an eager student might relight his spark, which is why I jumped at the chance to speak with you. I must apologize for not being more honest with my intentions. Please accept this gift for your troubles, and allow me to welcome you once more to Charlian. Well, my sweetheart finally arrived thanks to your gentle reminder. He looked so exhausted from his endless labors, however, that I sent him home to rest. I had a feeling he would be at Njungrup's side. They say that spur of rock was where the eponymous Archon used to sit when he had matters to meditate upon. My habitually late love holds Njungrup in great esteem both for his role as the founder of Charlian and the Ark he built to save people from the floodwaters of the 6th Admiral Calamity. Thus I have an inkling of where to look when the appointed time
of our tryst has passed. In any case, I should go and be with him whilst we still have some spare moments to enjoy. Oh, but I mustn't forget your reward, a little token of appreciation from the two of us to you.
Thank you for the 800 gil.
Please tell me you've brought my new book. I've been waiting for what feels like ages for the latest shipment to arrive. Yes, finally. Did you know The White Yonder was written by a lad of 14 years? I myself question how reliable such a work could possibly be, but a Far Eastern colleague with whom I've been exchanging correspondence says he absolutely swears by it. It describes the wonders of the Abelathian Sea of Clouds in exquisite detail, and is, by all accounts, a roaring good read. The bit about the fighting Paisas is said to be an especially entertaining episode. Well, I should let you return to your deliveries and whatnot. Thank you kindly for putting this long-awaited treat into my ever-so-grateful hands. All safely delivered? Ha, of course they were. My shop is well known for carrying publications not only from Charlian authors, but from all manner of foreign chroniclers and tale-tellers, meaning every time a new shipment comes in, I'm faced with an avalanche of work. I would have been buried alive without your assistance today, so here's a little something to show my gratitude. Go on, you've earned it. Just enough experience to go up. Level up. Chat, I need to go use the restroom. I will be right back. Give me like 2-3 minutes or so. We'll be right back and we should be good to continue here in just a second. Don't go anywhere. All right. Let us resume. Well now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kryl, or the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavner, and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Beg your pardon? Test subjects. Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of ether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan and the other over in Yidlimad, a port town in Thabner. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzatan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous. For you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say the aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the livestream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mr. Skryl truly knows how to pick 'em. Thumbs up. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilson and Mistress Blovida not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly.
Right, we're all set.
Good voiced cutscene. I don't have to voice anybody.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
Why are you retreating to a safe distance?
Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
You tell us this now?
Thavnir, home to city-state Radz-at-Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay
for a time.
Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
I can only imagine.
What chance?
He didn't use the teleportation method we did.
Insidious foe.
He mentioned that he was already attuned. I may need to take a break for lunch here in a little bit myself. But we'll wait a bit.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
With Kryle's instructions.
Urianger just curled up in the fetal position in the corner, like, no, don't make me do it again.
Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? You there, I need 3 drinks, something that helps with ether sickness. But by the Manusia, a traveller. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special amralassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavner, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Justinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Justinian and, using gestures, deny that the deal is fair. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well, then. Your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Amra Lassie. Lassie is a real-world drink. 1 second. Lassi is a Punjabi yogurt-based beverage with a smoothie-like consistency. It has been called the most popular and traditional yogurt-based drink in India. There you go, kind of a smoothie. Probably a little creamy. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Justinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You've spared us to Taru's wrath. Sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Aye, I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. 9,400? Oh, 9,400. A steel, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem excessive here? Are all Hannish merchants so unscrupulous? One mustn't be too quick to paint a diverse people with a single brush. If such doth prove to be commonplace, I would presume it symptomatic of societal instability. Claiming Thavner as its dominion, the nation of Razathan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkasodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hannish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Razathan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Please tell me someone clipped that. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've naught to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlamad? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Judicious. Judicious. The word of the day is judicious. His stomach behaving once more, Thancred is ready to get to work. The beginning of food. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Rin, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte, off-putting though the mere sight of it may be.
Welcome, traveler. That's right, we're open for business again. Can't sit wallowing there when there are sales to be made, am I right? So, got any bicolor gemstones you're willing to part with? I think once we get to rank 2, we get access to the map that makes us go faster. Oh, need to attune to the aetheryte before I forget. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they've been left too long. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kazal. I don't envy his position, but to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kazal a visit. He'll be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the harbour guild building across the water from here. Based on the local culture, I certainly hope I'm doing the accent justice. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since the accursed tower suddenly appeared on Naruna. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us, only the gods know. That's an interesting mount. Kazal? The Damascans are coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. But this will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Damascans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hanish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kazal, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matsya, and I'm here to see Kalsal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then.
Like I said, I'm not entirely sure I'm doing the correct one. The correct accent.
Yes? Can I help you?
Got it. I just want to make sure. Every once in a while I feel like I'm dipping into, like, instead of the original it was supposed to be like Indian, like not Native American, but I feel like I've dipped a little bit into Arabic, which is also kind of where they're at, but I feel like I'm dipping into, like, African at points, and it's like, I just don't want to upset anybody.
I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazal too, did you? I'm Matsya, a fisherman of Akyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kazal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've only dealt with Kazal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Oh, I was wondering about why the party was dissolved all of a sudden. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers? I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yerlimad. I will observe you and learn. Matsya is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side.
I remember reading a comment about Matsya once upon a time. I think, like, that word literally means fish. So he's a fisherman named Fish.
Meruna. Dum 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 dum.
Greetings, friend. How fare you of late?
Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but there was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back. Continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when the more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives, to the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck into a meal satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? The freshest of fish. Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Dun dun dun. Oh, if it were only that easy. Nashin. Walker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some Amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many Amra for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm veering into French. I am a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you, a pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Picked the wrong one. Never mind. If nothing else, you left it with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? That first option sounded like it was going to end the conversation. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh God, my stomach. Ugh. Ether sickness? No. Nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Food is the last thing I need right now. Go and sell your fish to someone else. Never mind. We just approached him at a bad time, and timing is everything, yes? Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. I think I did better the first go-around with this. I'm too nice to be in sales. Well, I tried the more aggressive approach the second time around, even though I was pretty sure it was the wrong one. And I was right. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Well, you did fail too, but there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kalzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matzia? Kazal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matzia. I truly am. But for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't... I want to help you. I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Zal. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. It's our nemesis again. Side quests. From a distance, I thought you to be a fishmonger, but now that I behold you up close, it's clear you don't hail from these parts. Odd as your garments are, however, even I can tell they're made for hard work. Lucky for you, I have just the task. I mean to make a necklace for an acquaintance of mine, but my design calls for shells pulled from the vicious cachapa. As fine a crafter as that I am, I'm afraid hunting is quite outside of my wheelhouse. If you do the rough work in my stead, you would be well compensated for your time and have my undying gratitude besides. I require 2 shells from the hulking beasts, a simple feat for one such as you, surely. Save time, I think for best side quests we keep the VO to a minimum. That's fair. Also gives me a chance to rest my voice a little bit. But it's what the people want. Right? Don't mean don't talk at all. Fine.
An Auri girl. Oh, you look fierce. Are you? Can you help me find my sister? She went off to hunt Sotomurg. Sotomurg? So she can make me chicken tikka. She's so brave, but she's been gone for quite some time. I've never strayed far from the gates, and those beasts look so frightening. She shouldn't be far. Can you find her for me? She has red hair, and she looks so elegant in her hunting garb. She set off to the northwest. I'll be waiting here for you to come back. No chocobo porters for me, thanks. Big angry elephants. Quiet, you. I'm lying in wait. Can't you see? What is it? My sister? Oh, she does worry after me, so I apologize for her imposition. Today is her name day, and I wanted to do something special for her. So much has gone wrong as of late, and she's managed to always keep a smile on her face. I thought that Sotomurg would be simple prey, but now that I've seen one up close, I can barely bring myself to move. I've never been so afraid, truth be told. But you look as if you've never known fear. You could make quick work of the Sotomurg, I'm certain. If you don't mind, could you slay the animal for me? I've already set the traps, so one should be along soon enough. Without their meat, I can't hope to make the chicken tikka that my sister so adores. Please, if not for me, then do it for her. Why'd you come out here if you couldn't hunt the thing? Where? Oh, here we go. Probably taken from Indian language. That was an inspiring display. Were you able to procure its meat? Ah, this is the most delicious part. Thank you, thank you. You must let me repay you for your bravery. Please, meet me near the city gates where I told my sister to wait. I do hope she hasn't wandered off. Yeah, gotcha. Before we go back, let's get what currents we can.
there's the brave traveler. Thank you for finding my sister. She said you took down that Sotomurg in a single blow. It is your name day, after all. Thank you. The memories of us gathering around the table as a family over a homemade feast are among my fondest. Our parents have gone to Rezaton to find work, seeing as how there is none to be found here since that tower appeared. They've sent word they'll return for this little one's name day. I want them to arrive to a feast rivaling the ones from before, and thanks to you, they will. Please take this for all you've done to give our family a memory we can cherish. I see you've been busy. Do you have the shells? Ah, yes. These are just what I seek. I mean to present my necklace to a woman with very discerning tastes, so I thank you for choosing shells of such high quality. She collects and assesses taxation at Alnair, and her duties often bring her to this very port. We've become quite close over the past few moons. The Meta Runner. Only a few days ago, she sent me a charm to ensure my good health and fortune. My spirits were much invigorated, for it symbolizes her deep trust in me. I've heard tell these are shared among siblings to express their love for one another. It's customary to send a gift in return, so I had in mind to craft a... Siblings? Siblings? Ah, is that how she thinks of me? I was certain it was something altogether different, but now that I say it out loud... I suppose I can still be happy with this arrangement. I'll look over her as a brother would his beloved sister. Keep her safe from harm, yes. Any road, I promised you recompense, and I hear you've earned it. Bro got friend-zoned. Maybe. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth the lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telophori. House of Divinities. That Matsya fellow you were helping, he's Akasodara, is he not? Apparently, it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped, should he be traveling alone. If summoning is his perpetrator's aim, it will stand to reason that Akasodara would be their primary targets, for 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after them. Akyali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Oh, hold up. There'll be another side quest. Ah, this one. Why are these Matanga everywhere? Has this town fallen? Ah, your face, it is known to me. You were the warrior who fought for the mole in the Nadam. I am Ogle of the Katayin. It was your journey, your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me, if you encounter a Matanga, you turn tail and flee, as fast and far as you can. Her tales were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare island as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kankana person. The sailors told me about Kanchana? Kanchana, probably. She said to have work that pays a fair wage, so I will see what she has for me. By the Dusk Mother, no one told me Kanchana was a Matanga. Could I ask you to speak with her in my stead? Welcome to Yedlamad, traveler. I am Kanchana, and it is my job to assign the right work to the right workers. Might I have your name? Rin and Ogul, was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Matanga? Is your companion quite alright? Ah, an understandable reaction. The Gajasura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. You are looking for work, though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can get since the troubles began, so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? Fighting? I can fight, lest you doubt my skill is likened to that of the Dragonbane, the legendary Chakazo herself. I'm not familiar with the name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials and ask that I send any prospective protectors their way, should I happen to enlist any. What? They already set off? Is our duty not to escort them? There's to be a ritual dance performed in Kajaya's footsteps. They'll need incense and costumes for the dancers and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. And these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matanga in their number? It was an Arkasodara who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Oh, not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. Rin, I cannot do this alone. Pray lend me the strength of the victor of the Nadam, and half the reward for this task will be yours. The artisans didn't plan to venture far. Leave Yedlamad to the west, and you should soon come across your employer. Oh my gosh, stop it. And that is where we shall meet. You will find me there, yes? Ah, you must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous... is your companion not well? She seems a touch shaky.
Of course, I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way I have no need to fear him being harmed. Perfect. I must say, this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wilds, and I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attack. Is your friend perhaps frightened by Arkasodra? I have met such travelers before. Well, no matter. If you could patrol the area as I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting. Ogle has run off into the wilds alone. Keep an eye out for her as you continue your patrol. You do not see Matsuya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my task that I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Still, my injuries are light and my satchel is full. Thanks to you, I think I can make it back to town in time to meet the others. What happened? Did you slay the beast? That was a near thing. I took the first one by surprise, but the second, knowing a Matanga stood at my back, my mind froze and my body refused to obey. Grandmother taught me that we should let fear wash over us like water, but to my shame I could not have failed her more thoroughly. Not to sound ungrateful, Rin, but why did you follow me? Someone told me to, that's why. We were to patrol? Forgive me, I should have waited for orders instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we should return to our employer. I want to be sure that the wounded man reached safety. My colleague told me of his rescue. Although we'd hoped for an escort from the start, imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to our workshop, so consider your duty with us complete. You have my thanks. As for your payment, then you can collect from Kanchana. Right, I suppose we report to Kanchana then. Ah, there you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on a job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. But when times are hard, the people of Thavnair rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. The death of an artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue was timely indeed. Please accept your payment, half each, as agreed upon. Are you interested in further work? I may have something for you. If so... Ready to tackle another job then? This one was registered by a local fisherman asking for help with marauding monsters. Ordinarily, the Radiant Host keeps the worst of the wildlife in check, but these days there just haven't been enough blades to spare. You'll want to speak with the fisherman himself for the details. I couldn't read the scrawl he left for a name, but he's an Arkasodra and should be found fishing the waters from the western shore. Wait, another Matanga? Rin, you could always use more coin, yes? Because I could certainly benefit from your wise and experienced company. A fine pair of hunters we shall make. Come, let us speak with this Arkasodra fisherman. Alright. Chat, I think I need to take a brief lunch break. Probably 5-10 minutes or so. Feel free to get up, stretch, move around a little bit. Use the bathroom. I did that a little bit ago. I may do it again. You don't know. But yeah, we're going to go to a break for a little bit, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right. We are back from our little lunch break. Hopefully everybody got everything out of their system they needed to. Excuse me. No teleport to old Charlian. And we have reclaimed our vim and vigor. This is the Final Fantasy XIV we wanted, full-fledged Star Wars. I mean, the logo for Endwalker down there, that does look like a Star Destroyer, so... You do not see Mattia from here either. No, leave me alone. Help, somebody help. Mattia's voice, and it came from the north. Boy, if it's Mattia, just label that it's Mattia. Honestly, game. Come to take care of the monsters, have you? About damn time. We're fine when we're out of the water, of course, but even a fisher needs to walk on land every now and again, and the trails grow more perilous by the day. I've managed to sneak through without a scratch so far, but friends of mine haven't been so fortunate. Talk to the others around here, they'll tell you. You need help with that. Learn to talk to the elephants yourselves. Honestly. Ogle is now accompanying you. Drowsy fisher. I left a Qwestley the other day. I almost walked straight into a fiend with a tongue as long as my arm. Barely escaped being gobbled up. Attacked by the wildlife? Oh yes. I was hauling a catch back to town. Dropped the lot and fled for my life. I mean, this song is no Lahi, but it's pretty good. Do you understand why we had to send for help? Maybe? I understand that you have a problem with long-tongued brutes. Creatures are what we call Pisaka. Without the army sending out regular patrols, they began expanding their territory. They've forgotten their fear of us, and that's when people start dying. Once you've found and slain these overly bold Pisaka, I ask that you bring me one of their carcasses.
Very well, let us make this a contest, shall we? Okay, you're gonna lose, but okay. Never seen anyone so eager to throw herself headlong into a Pasaka's jaws. Shouldn't you be chasing after her? Ah, she's a Zayla. That's Tuesday for them. Qwestley. First kill is mine. Grandmother always said that the hunter should be swift, like a diving yole. Do you mind tracking down the other two? Once they saw what I did to their friend, they fled to the northwest. You would be alone with an Arcosorara. My fear of Matanga has begun to ebb somewhat. Now go, before some other poor soul crosses paths with them. Excuse me. Where did they go? Why are you here? See, you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Arcosorara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know, the ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. Come on. It is our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Come on, click. Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue it means. But they're not true divinities, they're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's face so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish? But to answer your question, yes, of course, we will gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please, come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish. Telebio took what?
What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Qwestley? Telebeotok. Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanesh are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. Aye, as you said, we do well to study the religious traditions, to Qwestley. An official word for fumbling words, Telebeotok. Yeah, I Telebeotalked my words up there. Chocobo summoning in stereo. Ah, there you are. Your friend is stronger than she looks. What are the Bisaka's packmates? Oh, we found them all right. Both slain then, that is good. Of course she slew them. Songs of Rin's deeds are sung across the steppe. My aching arms would like to know why you wanted the remains, though. Why else? To make use of its parts. The scales can be spun into silver? A creature was silver? Like, in it? And the meat will fill our pots. The bones and teeth we can craft into hooks and other tools. We kill nothing for the sake of killing, even murderous monsters. It seems our tribes share similar customs when it comes to using every part of the kill. As grandmother always said, be not wasteful of the lives you take to sustain your own. Oh, so that's why you've been avoiding my gaze. If your only experience with Matanga has been our brutal cousins, then you'll find the Arkasudora an agreeable lot by comparison. Here's your payment, and well earned, I'd say. We should report to Kanchana that she might strike it from her list. Ready then? I've been counting the contents of my coin purse. I have enough to buy passage on a ship, but as for food and other supplies, well, I would feel more comfortable with the pay from one more job. At the very least, let us make a report to Kanchana and ask what else she has on offer. Come, show me how fleet of foot you are. turtle. Angry turtle. Tortoise. Tortle. War turtle. Safely back from your work on the shore, I see, but where's Ogle? My coin purse. Some slippery son of a zo snatched it from me, brazen as you please. I lost sight of him in the market, along with all my worldly wealth. Already my belly cries in protest. You poor thing, after all the good work you've done for us, you will stay with me tonight, I insist. You would take me in? I saw that. You looked me right in the eye. Finally warming up to us Arkasodara, are you? I can barely see you through the tears, but yes, maybe now I can stand to be in the same room. Glad to hear it. Here, and I'll lend you a few coins as well. We can't have you running around without a guild to your name. Thank you. In fact, why don't we head to my house now, and we can fill that complaining belly of yours. You're more than welcome to join us. Something terrible has happened. I've been robbed. We saw a boy jumping out of the window as we approached. When I looked inside, all my belongings had been turned inside out. Vogel said I've been in pursuit of the thief, but hasn't returned. I'll lock up and you can meet me back at the office when you've found her. Dung, I lost him again. It was that same Huron boy who made off with my coin purse. Willing to cut my losses and earn more gil, but this insult to my host, it will not stand. Grandmother always said to repay one's favors, and by the dusk mother, I mean to do just that. Dusk mother. When we start by asking around for more information, I have a feeling we are not the only ones who have fallen afoul of this thieving urchin. The swifter we act, the better our chances. Yes, so say we split up, gather what clues we can, then meet back at Kanchana's offices. Second-hand information, mind you, but I hear that the thief you're looking for is barely more than a child. What terrible things have become that a young boy is forced into a life of crime. Recent rash of pickpocketing? Oh yes, I've heard several stories. What have we discovered? So our tale was a familiar one, and what I heard from the local children was even more disturbing. They told me a man, a stranger, approached them with the promise of work and easy coin. If this stranger truly is recruiting young ones to steal for him, then he is the one I would punish for these crimes. Razadon closing its gates left many struggling to make a living, and the appearance of that ghastly tower sparked a chain of events that still has the Radiant Host spread too thin on too many fronts. Under the circumstances, a rising crime is to be expected. New hunt begins. Come, we must track down the ones behind all this. More food. Yep. We're still not sure if the stranger is actually involved in the robberies. Simple way to find out. We lure our boy thief into stealing from me again. Play the part of an unguarded traveler, flaunting a heavy purse or some such. You keep watch for the little pickpocket. Be ready to follow him. I really don't like these. Should he lead you to some shadowy figure, then I want you to herd them both to the west. I will circle around and be lying in wait. If you want to catch the big fish, don't spare the bait. Right then, let us take our places in the town square and lay the trap for our quarry. Walk by. Poof. Hey?
You're a proper little scoundrel, aren't you? Damn it, Rakashir, I told you to check for tails. You want your family to learn of our arrangement? Now run. The robbers have fled westwards. Chase after them. Dun 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 dun. My apologies, Rin. I intended to circle around his plan, but when I heard how he yelled at the child, my rage could not be contained. Those who prey on the weak are undeserving of mercy. Fool of a Matanga. When he awakes, he will find himself in the custody of the Radiant Host. I'm sorry you got hurt because of me, and I'm sorry for taking your belongings. Apology accepted, young one. It is a brave thing to admit when you are wrong. I will cart this refuse to the nearest guardhouse. Began interrogating the man before I left, and he was blubbering about where he stashed the stolen goods. Certain personal articles, things very dear to me that I had thought lost forever. Should also mention Rakashir, our boy thief, out of work and begging for scraps. His were crimes of necessity, and after seeing the considerable remorse he showed for his actions, I decided to let him keep the coin he took from me, as well as my share of the reward. Children are the greatest treasure of all. I can earn it back easily enough, and since I have tamed my fear of the Agrsodara, there is no need to rush. I will take my time and explore all the wonders this island has to offer. Thank you, Rin, for staying at my side this long. Speaking of which, you have any new tasks? I have the perfect job for you. I actually have business with the employer myself, so we can head off together if you like. There you go, Rin. I hadn't forgotten your half of the reward. May your adventures be many and your hunt successful. To the northeast, you say? To the east, you say? There you are.
To the north? Oh, probably up there. Or maybe up top on the ridge just above town here. A little surprised they still haven't, or they haven't made, nope, it's on the other side of that little barrier. They haven't made adjustments to the ether currents for Endwalker zones yet. So the... You pull it up here. They have the total amount that they had before. So like when they first introduced ether currents, I think they may have had even more than this. I don't remember. It's been a while. But there were like 15 or 20 per zone. So right now we have 5 quest currents to find, one of which we have, and then there's 10 that are just out and about in the world. As you can see from like the previous expansions, they reduced the amount that were out in the open world by a significant margin. Welcome to Qwestley, my friend. White Beach. Isn't much here save that. Companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around. Any one of us can tell you about our gods. But you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasvida. They're free at the moment, as it happens. Oh, that's Mantia. I used the wrong voice and the wrong accent and everything. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into 2 groups. The Manusia, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. This is a really cool sail design. Really like that. It's cool. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? Ha, that's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusia and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in combat. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusia, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusia coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusia have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. There you are.
Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust? While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. The Amunusia, you heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sindaruva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemist holds her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandaruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Eosia preside over myriad aspects. The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Akasudara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Radzat-Han, forged a covenant with the dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nidana. According to Kryle's notes, we are to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Did you say you're going to see Nidana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Matya's got a crutch. Yep, meanwhile, in the background. Let's go help them. Not a whole terrible lot of time left, but we'll... We'll save you. I am the walrus. One more second, chat. All right. For those curious, my father had an incident with his vehicle yesterday. Or day before. Poor guys had nothing but... Well, I say nothing but problems. I mean, it hasn't been all bad. But the vehicle has been problematic. Just run past all the bodies.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
What is this, 28 days later?
Friends, gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
He's handing out drugs, chat. Scales is just another word for cocaine.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
What? Why do we keep getting these moments where, like, the shadows move out of their face when we meet these people?
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
Who are you people?
Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
This is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
We've stepped into a Bollywood film, chat.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Oh, you know, we just killed some dragons.
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here.
One of us.
I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
One of us. One of us.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Man napped.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
I don't think I would call it giddy.
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results.
Dum tiki takatum? What is that? Ah. Like that? Something like that? Doom tiki taka doom doom tiki taka doom. I probably have the rhythm all wrong.
Me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Doom tiki taka doom doom tiki taka doom doom tiki taka doom doom tiki taka doom. I have learned something today. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation, Rin is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans, talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals.
Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we've been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Whatever it is, just leave it to me. Thank you. Lest you wonder, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Urianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Oi! Too many large words with an accent. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Readying ether, please stand back. Ready to discharge. You are struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. You are struck by another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects.
Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. You are struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survive completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Ah, you've returned and not on your knees. A promising sign, but come, let me take the deeper off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish it's... I can't talk anymore, chat. It's gone. I've died. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spiritweed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Akasodora travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I will compensate you for your troubles, of course. You got it. You got it, elephant lady. That was okay. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. I simply may be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out! Gods, but that gave me a fright, to think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You are alright, I hope? Good, good. Let's continue on, then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise.
dun, 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 dun. And here we are, Gajaya's footsteps. Gajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her will, you know. They come to this place to train and delegate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Radzatan.
Yes, that would be Radzatan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzatan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzatan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Danfaniel.
All this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh something? Owen?
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail? Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned. For we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the Great West, shall we? I keep forgetting that I have teleports. Rin, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nadada. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Urianger told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Rin, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? I mean, you're going to either way, so... Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuha. Zenua? He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nadana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. I forget what exactly the Hamsa are. I know they're, like, they're animals of some kind. Ah, yes. Side quests. You look pretty strong. Guard you. Paint, perfumes, and packs. You there, adventurer. I find myself in need of assistance. You see, I received an order for custom pants, but the necessary ingredients are rather rare. The armor in particular is difficult to come by, as it must be taken from a Vajra Langula. And not just any old fruit will do, only one held by the strongest, most virile male specimen will suffice. I know a sure way to attract a suitable Vajralangula, but I'm afraid defeating the beast is beyond me. If only a strong, brave, kind adventurer could protect poor little me. I expect a handsome reward. I feel safer already. Come now, I will lead you to where the Vajralangula gather. We head southeast.
Whoops. Do you have a moment, adventurer? One of my colleagues has gone missing. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for shift change, and I can't very well leave the kiln. What kiln? You're out here! Adventurer that saved Matsya. Excellent timing. You see, the dancers of Radz at Han are planning a performance to raise the people's spirits. We alchemists would like to support them with some of the finest accessories we can craft. None of us have time to procure the crystals. Hello there, adventurer. Can you help me? I need someone to go around and see if anyone is wanting for supplies. Make sure to greet them. Couldn't have been. Besides, an upstanding adventurer like yourself wouldn't be so cruel as to steal my wares. I'll get your stuff back. I'm getting everybody else's stuff back, so, you know. Male, about this tall, dressed in all-black alchemist garb. What's the matter with me? Nearly fell asleep. Sorry about that. Let me think. There are no alchemical components I need at the moment, but I could stand to have some non-perishables on hand. I end up skipping meals because I'm too busy with work. Well, don't do that! Receive a delivery and hasn't come back. I'm worried something might have happened. Oh, thank you. He went to Lied Limad, so let's start by looking around the Aether right there. It's faint, but I can smell the grass from that way. Let's go. Kept you waiting long enough. Let's get to it, shall we? Take this perfume and douse my frail, meager body in it. I must be as a flower, dripping with sweet nectar. Quickly now, slather it on, else I won't catch the attention of even the weakest Vajralangula. Once again, we are rubbing oil on a muscle man. I'll use my wiles and enticing scent. Such valiance, I could hardly turn my eyes away as you heroically slide the beast, not the fruit, if you please. Yes, perfectly, succulently ripe. This will make a fine paint. Our work here is done. Let us return to the great work before another Vajralangula sets its sights on me. Oop, not that one. There you are. Inspect the wall, so could you make sure the stage is in order?
Asking him round about my colleague, someone claims to have seen him. Maybe he loaded the shipment onto it and headed back, in which case we must have just missed him. Head back to the Great Work. We should keep an eye on the shoreline, just in case. What can I help you with? And crystals for the alchemists? Yes, I did hear from them about that. Have you decided what you want to wish upon the crystals? Eh? Haven't you heard? Here in Radzathan, crystals are given along with a wish. There's no need to think on it too deeply. Simply envision the wish you would entrust the dancers with granting to their spectators. Once I know that, I can pick out the perfect stone for the occasion. See, I believe diamonds would be best for that. They say that the radiant gleam and hardness of the gem makes it particularly effective against the realm's many evils. I will provide you with as many as I can within your budget. Be sure they make it back safely to the alchemists. Fool left herself wide open to get robbed. She didn't even notice me following her from the port. Now all I have to do is sell off all this fancy metal and I'll never have to work another day in my life. What are you looking at, huh? Scram, you think you're some kind of defender of justice? Well, yes, that's exactly what I am. This boat must have capsized, eh? Why? Loaded everything on the boat to bring back, but something hit us, and I managed to swim to safety. But the cargo, I'm so sorry. Forget the cargo. All that matters is you're all right. We'll just have to do without the sunken goods. What? You can do that? Thank you. There were 5 articles in all. Some of them sunk, but some float. Sorry to leave all this to you, but I need to get him home before his condition worsens.
Would that? Yep. Gotta go swimming. Jnanamandapa. I think that's how that's... Oh, right. Some of them are on the surface. I forgot about that. Oh, good grief. I don't even know what that's for. This is it, Agnegrass. I'll grab a few bundles, you keep watch. I'd hate to get eaten so close to my goal. We have another message in chat that needs to go away. Thank y'all. Managed to retrieve all the lost cargo? Incredible! These are valuable weapons imported from Vilbrand. They just need a few alchemic finishing touches before they're complete. There you are. Heard you help my college with their stage inspection. Who looks up to your kind, you know. She lost her chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury, and now she's working to heal the sick. My kind? What are you talking about? Made it back in one piece. I really can't thank you enough. With your brawn in my nose, I got enough Agni gas to... Agni gas? That's what they use to power Agni Kais, is Agni gas. Agni gas to solve a whole army's digestive issues. Having olfactory senses 5 times strong as your average midlanders comes in handy. This place can be a bit much though. So many smells mingling and clashing, and all of them so strong. Hope our paths will cross once again. How did it go? My sheet metal, you got it back. Nothing's stopping me from fixing up that busted old furnace now. With the Ellison folk? Rare to see them around these parts. He must have traveled here from somewhere else. All sorts come to Razatan, not all of them respectable. Must have been aboard the same vessel as me, seeing as he knew I was transporting valuables and tailed me from the port. Almost glad this was a clear-cut robbery. If it had been one of my comrades that stole from me, well, I won't dwell on it. Dun, 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 dun. These are perfect. Thank you for your help. Do you mind if I ask what you wished upon them? Protection from evil. It is my sincerest hope that you, as well as we, may live a peaceful life free of disaster. In Thavnair, they believe crystals have the power to grant wishes and heal sickness. It may sound like superstitious nonsense, but crystals are curious things. Part of them exists somewhere between the living and the material, as such elemental energies can reside within them quite readily. Dun, 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 dun. Here are Hamsarin. If the creatures look familiar, it's because they are close kin to your Eosian dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here, alas the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower.
On account of such hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposes the remnant as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You are ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Yes. I haven't ridden Dodos before, but one that they have a wobbling gait. Yeah, no kidding. Also, why am I like... spread eagle in this thing. Varshan looks even less dignified. That spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Khadga, a word which means sword. This sword legend holds was wielded by the Manusia against the Murga before it was cast down at conflict's end. To the left and requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles the small isle. You mean the same way we're straddling these things? Almost there. The main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan, on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. But for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Navdeen. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Rin Maha of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We will be glad for any tidings you can share. Any tidings? Tidings! You two, bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Nuronair. Nuronair? I can read! We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? They aren't. Our struggles are not unique, then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Ah, I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Talafaroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die? And take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eozian and Far Eastern brothers. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading on both, Radzat ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. And now we get to direct this circus ourselves. I know it's streaming, and streaming makes everything take longer, but I don't remember it taking quite this long to get through everything. But, it is what it is. And it's entertainment. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamsa dashes off. Dumb bird. Zenua. Aye, this is indeed the Giant Skull Grounds, and I am Zenua. Is there something you require? Giant skull for the alchemists, you say, but of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a sack of the purest giant skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, not near here, I don't think. Aether current. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask.
place you got the bird nearby. Ah. That shows how much I was paying attention. There's another one up here at the quarry. Oh, I was like, what did I find? What did I attack? $216 yalms to the south. To the southeast. No, that's... in the ruined building. $436 yalms to the southeast. Let's see, we've got 2 quest currents and 4 regular ones. Oh goodness, there's even more. Even more side quests. Oh, Ham. Where could she be? Please, you must help me. She's gone. My darling Ham was wandered off. Ah, Ham is the name of my hamsa. You're not familiar with the word? It's a species of cloud clean. Cloud. I'm not drunk, chat. I swear the only thing in this bottle is water. You're not familiar with the word? It's a species of cloudkin, closely related to the Eorzean dodo. They're not exactly swift on their feet, so you'd expect she'd be easy to catch, and yet I can't seem to find her anywhere. What if she falls into the sea? What if some roaming predator tries to make a meal of her? I can't bear the thought of it. I'll keep scouring the immediate area, but I'd be most grateful if you could search the wilds to the north of here. Oh, my poor Ham. Oh, don't... I don't think I could consume that much alcohol. It may interest chat to know I've never been drunk. Nor have I ever had any great desire to. We were just there. The way they pace some of these. It drives me bonkers. Bonkers, I say. Excuse me, explorer, mercenary, adventuring person. Alright, that's all the side ones. My bird. Where do you keep going, my bird? Oh, Dom. Okay. Aw, that's why. Okay. That's fine. Such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype. I started reading without thinking about it. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, and spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. and it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Come along then, Azara. We have side things to do. I'm sorry. Side quests. Weird camels. Except they're not camels, they're giraffes. XP boost fate. Fudgebot. Vihara Blossom, okay. Looked like that said Viral Blossom. I'm like, why do we want Viral Blossom? To go viral. Boy, stop respawning so quickly, you jerks! How many do I have by now? 15? If only the sweet smell of these flowers was enough to soothe their savage saplings, alas. Full Petal Alchemist. Oh, gosh. I'm gonna need something to use these gemstones on, because I'm almost full on them. Ah, magic alchemy oil. If we don't cut our tools with this stuff from time to time, they won't so much as scratch the giant skull. You're here on a job of your own, an important one at that. Without a steady supply of coating oil, things around here would grind to a halt. Your task will be to sprinkle the nest with this pungent solution, which should keep the wildlife from making their lairs in the ruins. Probably clear away those old nests while we're at it. I want the birds to have a familiar sight to come back to one day.
Hum, you found her. I'm honestly surprised she made it that far north. Able to relocate some of the breeding birds to stables within the city proper, but many, like my precious Hum, simply scattered across the countryside. One day when things have settled down and the hatchery is rebuilt, I hope to return these wayward chicks to their former owner. She'll be sad to see them go. Sorry to have you running back and forth, but this is very important to me. After the incident, I didn't think there was much I could do aside from tidying up the mess. It smells absolutely wonderful. I can already imagine the fragrance when I craft the next batch of incense. I'm studying various methods for enhancing the effects. Everything that's been happening, well, we could all do with a dose of calm and tranquility. Yeah, no kidding. They're not that bad. I gotcha. I came and gotcha. Why'd you run off on your own, though? This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. And if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. I do know where you are. But why'd you go and run off and do the thing without me? But the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Elephant napping.
Let me go! Let me go!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased.
What artistry you...
My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
What are you talking about?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian.
Such disrespect.
I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service. Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter, we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence.
Like, geez, were the Allagons just morally bankrupt?
For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault,
all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Van Daniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead. The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Ah, you are returned, but what is Mistress Nidana? She's stuck in the tower because of Minutia preserved just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And probably protection too, just to make sure nothing bad happens while you're making them. And for our Aeosian visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nadana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razatan for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Dun 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 dun. I'm not your Uber. Get over here. Come on. The other one disappeared. That's annoying, but oh well. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you've been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
He says vivid. Why is everything in sepia tone?
But no such scenes to savor now.
That's why.
To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzat-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude. I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Qwestley and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers. Of Midgard Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat-Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility.
It's always the humans.
When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat-Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat-Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz at Harn. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Padalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions, and should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz at Harn, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zod. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. I want to go back, but eh. Hold on, we're to Old Sharlayan. Well, okay then. That's okay. So now we get to go do the second half. But I think for the stream that's a good break point. And I smell food. I'll finish this up as well.
Okay. So we had just finished up the Thavnair portion. Now we get to do the Sharlayan portion of kind of the initial bit here. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Nomenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Nomenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Gooba Library pale in comparison to Nomenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. That's saying something, because Goobal is huge. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alfino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading. The story of Sharlayan. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rogadan man by the name of Yunkrep. Yunkrep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Yunkrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Yunkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abelathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside him, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Yunkrep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan. We live it to this day. Okay, so they did explain, like, why there's an ark in Alamigo, but they also came here. Okay. Roads of Old, the colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. The Antitower. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the forum or cover the history of the Sharlayan motherland in greater detail. The voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the form as we know it today conceived and created. An Introduction to the Heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Allag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Alamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Self-help book, basically. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Youngkrep, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings for the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star. They would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. We have gained a fundamental understanding of all of the things. I always wondered if these were like, are these magic? Or is this glowing glass? Or is it a security measure? But it's not in all the floors, so... Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I borrowed at least a few promising volumes, Alphino and Kryl, which should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mention the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlian, we were not to be allowed to cross the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Garaha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnair. The Allagans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Emperor's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amoenus. Amoenus? When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Nell Van Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldesion, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis Soir, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. It is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here, here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books we're in. More company should be arriving any moment now.
We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mr. Skryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Ah, yes. The Amaratine spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarot was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Nomenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned a Zodiarch. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiarch brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiarch, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Vana and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telothroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but this time we began studying these research papers. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Garan oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gubal Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they Archons or Counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortunato with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. You labor for what feels like an age as Y'shtola's research assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subject I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Ready for a tea break, Rin? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? Waiter simulator. I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new worth a try, don't you think? Rondia. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share tables, then I will respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that house Levailleur girl, aren't you? This woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. Well, thank you to leave me be. I've not to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Rin. Yes? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. Alize, stop putting it in confrontational terms. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Leveilleur. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortuno that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Dickon. Dickon. It's like the... Is that the catchphrase of the newest member of the Fantastic Four? It's not the, oh gosh, what's his name? You have Mr. Incredible, the Invisible Woman. What is it? Mr. Incredible, the Invisible Woman, the Thing, his superhero name, not Johnny Blaze. Also, Johnny Blaze, I think, is Ghost Rider. I could be wrong. The Human Torch. There we go. We got there, chat. No, the Human Torch, whenever he wants to activate his firepower, he says flame on. So, like, is this the human dick? Dick on? Come. Oh, behave. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alize I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studium. Is that what they're calling it now? I'm sorry. That was in very poor taste. That was bad. That was awful. Strike it from the record, Dr. Girlfriend. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Leveilleur. No matter how discreet Master Fortuno may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid, and that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Qwestley. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Get all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Talofa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them, or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Qwestley had the omelette. Ah, finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time to waste. What? The Telophoroi? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will all these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Terribly sorry, everybody. I don't know what's going on. My nose is just itching like crazy all of a sudden. Urbane banter with a smile. The oven-baked lobster. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a cleaner. You don't know what a cleaner is. They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Sharlayan. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telophoroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbour and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to say. And he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Yes, this should do nicely, out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
And we just happened to be in the right place at the right time to watch shady stuff happen.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the forum.
Dun dun dun.
I prompted this sudden burst of activity. Then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the forum is planning.
The plot thickens. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Nomenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Welcome back, Rin. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Nomenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Rin and Alize learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid.
And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. What should we expect down there? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. If you're going to make NPCs walk, make them walk at walking speed. Here. The rostra, not far now. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. The Chocobo Keep. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
Well, not right now.
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Ding!
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Ugh.
Did
you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
No, I think you had it right the first time. Here. Fell. Thing. She's trying to tell us that something fell here. You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. I can't do his accent. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Your exchange with Erenville has taught you about exhausted gleaners. But what about gleaned exhausters? Let me think. Threa seeds should be item 1058, cumin seeds 1059, snurbbleberry 1060, or were they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with mocha grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? Your exchange with Tiv has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped on our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. The next big expansion is Dawntrail. Any luck, Rin? What tales do the Gleaners have to tell?
So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Rin, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterward. Happy hunting! You mean this Gleaner that you were already talking to? Mammoths! Cute, adorable little mammoths. With wigs. You wish to help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Erenville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. Live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nightshade marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Right. Kill them with prejudice. Sorry, no, that's not what you meant. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Oh, good grief. Thank you. Into the bag with you. Nimbly evade your grasp of There's an ether current up here as well. Squeak, squeak. Oh, look. More side quests. Hmm? The fate. Excuse me, do you have a moment? I have an urgent task to attend to, and I could use some assistance.
As the supervisor of this sector, I was concerned with how cool the air in Mornvale Forest felt as I walked through on my usual rounds. Ordinarily, it should be a touch more humid. Gleaner in need. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. I found 1. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. That's for the Forum to decide. They are the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos, after all, and this job was but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Rin. Is this the Gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Qwestley of the students of Baldesion. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls, other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Tolophoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate.
Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telofroy's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Cryle, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it, then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Now, I need to fix my stuff. I doubt I can get it, but never hurts. Ooh. Caribou! May I help you? Ah, yes, the Ulden compound. Excuse me, whatever happened to the gleaner I was told to expect? You don't quite match his description. And so here you are in his stead. Thought that might be the case. This facility primarily studies small Vilkin and their ilk, and their role as carriers of disease. As such, we seem to have become the subject of some rather unsettling, not to mention wholly unsubstantiated rumors. I imagine some senior gleaner was amusing himself by taunting his junior colleague with some scary half-truths about and outright fabrications. The scholar lend me patience, but such jests lead to no end of trouble for us. Thank you for bringing me my delivery. I want a caribou mount and then play an Elzen and cosplay as that elf king in Lord of the Rings. His mount is actually an elk.
Legolas's dad. Thank you for the instruction. While I doubt I could emulate your particular style, you've also provided a service by culling a few Labyrinthos' more prolific animals. Nothing here is killed for mere sport. Every part of the carcass is harvested and put to use. You're back and not suffering from any horrible maladies. The others told me they said the researchers ordered a forbidden substance from Ul'dah so they could concoct some kind of zombie powder. Take a close look at this Miss Sprayer. You'll find these devices throughout Mornvale Forest, and I need you to see if they're functioning properly. Nothing too complicated. If it's glowing blue, then it means it's working. The Muslim technicians can detect nothing awry with the tower's workings. Any issues with the sprayers? Aha, so there was a malfunction after all. The sprayer's job is to keep this area blanketed in mist to accurately simulate the moist-laden air of certain forest habitats. See, even on the mount, I'm barely taller than... Yeah. Justinian! Is hier zo de groen? Behold, the Archeon. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved in the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Even more side quests. I don't remember this music playing here the first time. Now, I know the song. It's from the Anti-Tower, but I just don't remember it playing here before. Terribly sorry to bother you. Might I ask a small favor? You look strong, sturdy, and most importantly, idle. Many hands make light work. Well, lighter at least. Let's go.
You have an air of dangerous competence, and you are most certainly not Charlian. Yes, yes, you should do nicely. For what, you may ask? As the overseer of the wildlife in this sector, volunteers to help with feeding. While I'm perfectly content to perform the task myself, it would be unwise to allow the carnivores who are too accustomed to my scent, or that of any of my colleagues for that matter. Chatbert. And his brother Chatbot. It'll be alright, I just need to... Oh gods, what do I do? I asked a gleaner to bring me a lively goblin specimen, but perhaps I was a tad too insistent on the lively part. Realized it would likely beat my soft academic frame into a bloody pulp. One moment. Towards Mornvale Forest. Just got a notification. You could hold out your hand. I have something you really must eat. Please, I insist. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to talk to this person, but that's okay. I was going to talk to them eventually. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian. But is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we'd better move along to another facility. The building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What, so is this as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time it will be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? students of Baltesian. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Birds. Birds. Raw meat. Give it to us raw and wriggling. Obtain rotting logs. Logs that are rotting. Rotten logs. Chocobos in stereo. Sounds like the name of a band or something. Hello, Cleveland. We are Chocobos in stereo. How are you doing tonight? Oh, right. We're not trying to kill it, we're trying to catch it. Gods and scholars, don't sneak up on me like that. Can I help you? Ah, my employer sent you, did he? Well, he'll be pleased to know that I was able to purchase all his requested Far Eastern items of cultural significance. That pot there was one of them, but I was leery of simply handing it over. I think there's something alive inside. You tell me where this is. Yes, yes. There's a Namazu in it. You heard that, didn't you? I knew it wasn't my imagination. You seem a well-traveled sort. What sort of creature might we be dealing with? It's a Namazu, trust me. Oh, you know your Namazu. Yes, yes. I crawled into this comfy-looking pot for a nice nap, and before I knew it, I was whisked away on an adventure. Well, now that I'm here, I might as well make the most of my misfortune. See the sights, try the food, that sort of thing. Convey my pot to the nearest inn, if you please. Excuse me. Oh, I guess we need to follow the... Oi! If you make me fail this... Jerk. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. That's not oops. This is a stupid bird. And the thing said I was done. Like, I got a little message that said, like, ah, very good. Let's go back here and we'll, like... We'll go back here so that I can pay you. There's definitely a short there. All finished with a distinct lack of bleeding and sobbing. Are you telling me that Namazu are real? How's this visitor here in the Archeon and record the conversations for posterity? Oh yes, here, you've been very helpful, now, if you don't mind. What do you mean Namazu are real? Yes, these Tholos is where we store our mineral deposits, you see, and it is our job to field and fill requests from our fellow researchers. Been assigned to evaluate the dietary claims of a work entitled Cobbling Cuisine and been about to prepare my first dish. How will it taste? Is it even edible? You, my friend, have made it possible for me to answer such questions. Thank you for your contribution to culinary science. Just a baby? What is shush the baby? The Lalafell Shushitabi. That is still kind of a weird name for... Well, no, it's not. Shushitabi. But no, it's not Shush the Baby. Shush the Baby. Hello, I am a Lalafell, and my name is Shush the Baby. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal, squeal. Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again.
Phase Bros. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. There he is. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close, very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. The Blogan. Blogan! Large red bird. Caw, caw. Large green bird. Caw, caw. You have sedated the wrong bird. I may not have been paying attention to the description. Green. Okay, yeah, that's what. We might not have wanted to sedate it in the river, though. It's a good thing it's shallow. Although not that shallow.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Put us in boxes then.
Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back.
I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us under the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Arenville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Logisticon Alpha. Dun, 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 dun. Fate? Coming! Steamy Samantha has got it going on. Steamed vegetables.
It's good once in a while, yeah. The grapes! The legendary grapes. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora, foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no cleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the Forum's plans and their underlying motivations, worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Aw, they're not square anymore. Disappointing. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Oh, this is a girl. Who cares? Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvus before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amunus. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. So forevermore, the harried harvester, who is a Lady Miko from Labyrinthos, sounds like this. Do I have all to be taken down below? Is this a... It's a dude. Confusing hairstyle. More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. Be careful, chat. Or Managia. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the Forum has us filling order lists a mom long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation, was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer.
Dun, 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 dun. To the east. To the southeast. Ah, there you are. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Not really, Y'shtola. Not really. Other than a guy just spontaneously talking to me about...
One's feelings?
Yeah.
Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
I can almost reach you.
Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archaeon. Come, we can still catch him. It irks me a little bit that the timer for your chocobo during cutscenes is still running. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers.
The food is cheap and you need to feed them from time to time. Show them love. Okay, but... It should have its own lifts with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, I would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of predators as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, we are the creatures hereabouts. In that form, you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. Alpha Toad and Ally Toad are now accompanying you. Four toads and a puppy. Torgal and his toad escort. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he's telling you this is the wrong way.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. Now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I'm sorry.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
No more toads.
Suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and the Chalofroy's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eosia's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Qwestley and Cryo for the moment, see what they think of this. Who's this sow? There it is. Mitato? Meat-tato, boil it, mash it, stick it in a stew. Meat-tato, boil it, mash it, stick it in a stew. More side quests. Ah. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then? Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl, then discuss how we'd like to proceed, assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas just in case she decided to wander.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
She?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Is it shouting? The light suddenly turning. What? Okay. That was weird.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous
discourse. Ugh. Keep accidentally clicking.
This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
You tell her, Kryl.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
Lay it on us, Graha.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do what you must.
Then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, Then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Well spoken, sir. Well spoken. He's a great character.
Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
I don't know how you count the hands behind you, but...
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duties of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. Is Father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphino, Alize, it is you. Ah. Emiliance. When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Emiliance Leveilleur, at your service. And you fine people must be the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I'm well aware that you and Master Falchino are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We will be back at the Annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Rin, what do you think? Rin? The Rin Maha? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Ah, but we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Rin, if you'd be so kind as to escort my children to the estate.
And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three.
We have to go back down and finish the side quests we didn't pick up.
I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Rin? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine. If we're going, then let's get it over with, but be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, God, never mind. The level of your estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. When Alize and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. Must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Oh yes, this is where I first practiced magic on an actual person. Alize had fallen, you see, and scraped her knee quite badly, so I tried casting the simple restorative spell that I'd only just learned. How she smiled when the wound closed, with joy and relief. That was, I believe, the very moment I chose the healing arts as the main subject of my studies. We used to come here all the time with Grandfather in the summer. With Grandfather. In summer, I would dip my hands and feet at the fountain and splash about. Not Alphino, though. Even back then, he wasn't very fond of playing in water. He'd make any excuse to avoid it. Which would explain how I came to swim like an orc, and he sink like a stone. Here you are at last. Please, do come in.
Welcome home, my lady.
What? What are you gawping at?
Just admiring the craftsmanship.
Oh. I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect.
Combat heals.
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Except for that giant chain around your neck.
They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Gangster Alphino.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now.
Us.
And also because it would be a terrible...
We are going to showcase it.
Ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, Try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality, let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Oh, stop that. Enjoyed your time with the Leveilleurs, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once we've heard your report from Thavnair, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. Da-da-da-da. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Da, 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 da.
Your time in Thavnair has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained. And I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining Scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodor by a considerable margin.
Are you sure Alphino's in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
We doing this. Teleport. We'll go back for those side quests later or off screen. Let's see. We didn't get the last come on. No, we didn't. There's not one nearby. Ugh.
Ah, our friend of Eosia, we've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. If this is the future of Aetheryte travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Aye, no warning. However, in fact, it could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... we should still call you Vashon, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well, then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. His blessings! It's not the blessing of light, but it will do. Ah, thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. Been waiting for this day. So have we, my friends, so have we. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into 2 groups. Rin and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnar, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Got it. The Tower of Zot. Excuse me. Oh. I forget that it gets like its own separate section. Alright. Are we ready? Let's go!
This is gonna be fun. Ow. Mm-hmm. That hurt. Quite a lot, actually. We got it. This way, this way, this way, this way. Last boss, which is really just all the other bosses, but they're all together now. Harbingers elect, the Mage's Sisters. Dun, 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 dun. Most people go for yellow. Okay. Yes, we are ready.
Bum, 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 bum. Destroy the core! Destroy it now!
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
Quagmire?
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek.
You mean the giant, obviously glowing thing is the core? Yeah.
Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Man, why can't I do that? And look all cool and badass. The hell, game?
And that should be the end of it.
Except you just destroyed the thing sustaining the tower that you're currently standing on.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Raha, no! He's fine.
Raha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Just as the lights go out.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
The liberated prisoners are being transported to Radzatan for treatment. Alize and Y'shtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right, Bashan bade us come to Megaduta at our earliest convenience.
The others will join us there once they've finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait. On second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Garaha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar.
Just you and me, then. The guardsmen at the gate should wave us through.
Need to go to the Great Work. There's a fate down there. We can get that fate. We can get the map. So that we can go fast. Go fast! Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't need to drive. We can just teleport. I can map good. I can map good, chat. I promise. I can map good. Immediately gets into car, drives it off of boardwalk.
Whew. Gotta wait until the timer expires. Ah, honored scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. Good. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Away we go! Actually into the city this time. Though I have been to Razathan before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Ah, Mr. Srin, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the Satrap. If you require directions to Megaduta, I should be glad to provide them. The Satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Razathan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetheryte disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Raveda Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Oh, that's right. He said the Aetheryte doesn't work right now. I can pay attention. The sumptuous portal. Ah yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of Razathan's wealthiest families. They took the God of Luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults, for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one, and you gain access to the vault. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. 'Tis a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. Heading to Megaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs.
You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruveda Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. Something just occurred to me. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice, so the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Ah, I remember passing by here with Boishan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life is yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Squawk, squawk! Megaduta. Greetings and welcome to Megaduta. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we've been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber if you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzathan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
That's not a letter, that's fabric.
Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzathan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom we must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed.
Oh.
To which Midgardsormr did reply, "'Twas the last bastion of hope." He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
I mean, he has spent a significant amount of time among people, so I would assume that over time he just learned.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
That's a possibility.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee. I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust, but alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without cease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
I was gonna say, where's Horshaw?
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter.
The way Vritra moves reminds me of, like, very basic animatronics. Like the sort of thing you would have seen at Disneyland in the 70s.
Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Kind of sounds like Iroh. Like Iroh's new voice actor? That's a possibility. Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. Mulberry orchard. Alright. I'm gonna go find... Is there a There's a mender here, right? Somebody who can fix my stuff. Yeah, there they are. Go get these last two aetheryte points too. Because it's getting to be about that time. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Where the street turns into the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Razathan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. What, you guys don't have the map feature? Okay. I think that's where we're gonna park it for tonight. Okay. Thank you everybody so much for joining us today. Been a long 12 hours, but I hope everybody enjoyed it. I should make mention, it's been a long day, everybody, so I'm forgetting everything. If you are interested in knowing more, like when we go live, the schedule, all of that, Twitch is linked down below. I make announcements down there. There should also be a link to the Discord. If not, feel free to send me a private message or something. I can get that to you. YouTube channel is linked down below as well. I post shorts, VODs, everything down there. Check it out. Get subscribed. All that good social media stuff that everybody talks about all the time. Like I said, I'm going to rate us out here. Until next time, this is Qwestley reminding you
to be legendary.
Have a good one, everybody.